Hey, how's it going, Mila? Mila? I'm sorry, Mila. How's it going, Mila? I'm good. Thanks for asking. Turn around, bright eyes. The wind's being a little weird today. Hey, what's up? Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. Fish on. Fish on. Oh, nice fish too. Let's go. The old Wacky rig. Let's go. little butterball, little chunk. I still got my Senko. That's nice. Let's go. I don't know if this bass was spawning or what, but look at that belly. Look at that belly on that bass. You guys can see how big her belly is. It might be a spawner. Got a nice little belly there. Huh. Let's go. Let's get back in the water. Got our old Wacky rig. I guess he's kind of a problem. Now I gotta get the hook back through. Therein lies the problem. You don't want to tear the bait up. I didn't bring any O-rings with me. Guess I could try the Wacky rig. A different bait, I guess.
Catching anything?
Hey, I just caught one.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah. I should have put a O-ring on, I guess. A largemouth bass. Hey Taylor, it's coming in. This Wacky rigging the Senko. I wasn't thinking about it. I should have brought some O-rings with me. That's the only problem with Senkos is they tear up so easily. Maybe I should have put a smaller hook on. I may have to retie, put on a smaller hook, just to kind of keep it from tearing up my Senko so much. Any fish? Just one. I just caught a largemouth. This is just what is this? This is a 6.5 foot, just a Walmart special, and this is a Daiwa Exceller 1000 size reel. This is a 10-pound X4 Daiwa braid, and I got a 12-pound fluorocarbon leader tied onto it. You guys didn't know, Gary Yamamoto sold his company, so Senko is a little bit cheaper now, I think, but I don't know if the quality is the same. I've had these Senkos for years. Don't ever really use them, unless I have to. So, somebody brought up he was throwing a Wacky rig, so I thought I'd put one on. See how it goes. No hablo español, inglés. Inglés, por favor. Some fish out here. Jumping, this is a good big throw out there. Always gotta try to remind myself not to impart any action, because Senko worms, have their own action. You don't need to impart the action, just let it fall. So. That's a really nice day out here. I think this was like 65 today. 65, the sun came out. So it's like that range where like you could wear a t-shirt or you're wearing a long sleeve like I'm wearing. Let's go ahead and get around this log right here. I guess we could probably paddle around this way. It's not very windy today, which is nice. You can pretty much get away with paddling. Something up here, all this wood. There's one. That should be deep enough to go over this log right here. Tell you what, I'll grab my my Wacky rig tool for tomorrow if I can remember. And we'll rig it a little bit differently tomorrow. See if there's any kind of difference. It's gonna be basically the same weather tomorrow, so. All I'm doing is picking up the Senko and letting it fall back down with slack line so it can just, you know, shimmy and shake on the way down, pick it up, let it shimmy back down on slack line. Let the Senko do its thing. That's the thing about a Senko, it's great because you don't have to have no need to add a weight to it to cast it out. It's so, I mean, at least the old school ones are so heavily dented with salt that they cast like a bullet. Hello, my friend. How are you? I'm good. How are you, bushcraft? It's going in. I have to peel off my shirt here in a second. Definitely getting hot out here. Pretty different. There's a breeze blowing, but there's not really a breeze blowing. This is kind of where like was kind of faded. That's where like the bright braided line comes into play, because if you let it fall on slack line, you can see your line jump or move. little bit better if your braid line and the braid floats too, so you can kind of get an idea. Excuse me. The time of the year, I guess. Show you right in front of the camera here what I got going. It's a little wacky world, wacky rig. Hey, what's up, Don? Well, thanks for coming in. Warmer, I thought it was going to be out here. Quite a bit warmer. The sun makes a big difference. Let's go add a little more dab of scent on here. Yeah, this bait's about to tear. See if I can't try to save it. At least save it for one more fish. That's the problem with Senkos. They tear up so easily. That was definitely a bite. Darn. Let's get back up in there. I mean, there could be a lot of bass on the bed, I just can't see them. If I wasn't on a live stream, I'd probably stand up with my polarized glasses on and watch out for those, you know, those dark and light spots by the bank. That's not a good angle for me to be standing up. I think the problem was this, there's a part of this hook's that's pretty thick. So so it pulled the Senko over that portion, and it made it tear a little more. So once this worm's done for, I may retie and put a smaller hook on. Keep that from happening. It was a good cast, but going under all the trees. Like I said, I gotta keep myself from giving it too much action. It has plenty of action on its own. Just pick it up. I'm gonna fall back down. Pick it up. I'm gonna fall back down. These two sides of the worm will undulate. Shimmy and shake on the way down. At first pass, couldn't handle it. Just had to bite it. Usually there's a fish in there willing to bite. It'll bite in the first few seconds of on the fall most of the time. Hey, what's up, Darren? How's your day, bud? What's up, Robert? Thanks for coming in. So you guys what I'm using today? Just a green pumpkin Senko worm on the Wacky rig. Already caught one. It was out a little bit farther and had a decent sized belly on it for for its size, but I don't know if it was full of eggs or not. But could have been, I guess. Like I said, all we're doing is we're throwing it out there, letting it fall on slack line, and picking it up and letting it fall back down on slack line. And as we're letting it fall, we're picking up the slack, just in case the line jumps or you see or feel a strike, you can pick up the rest of the line and hammer the hook home. Like I said, that's kind of where this bright colored braid comes into play. Now granted, I got a 5-foot leader of fluorocarbon on here, but that braid helps, kind of like a strike indicator. You can see if the line's moving a little bit better. Although all the trees have greened up now, so like the green reflection is on the water, so the braid is blending in with the green on the reflection. So yep, Fishmaster, thanks for coming in. I've caught one bass so far, one little butterball, one smaller one, but had a nice belly on it though, for what it was, size-wise. So I don't know if it's full of eggs or just full of shad, but it's that time of year. It could be either one. The thing about a weightless Senko, you can have all kinds of fish biting it. I caught plenty of bluegill on a weightless Senko. I feel like I'm getting, short struck sometimes with the little pecking bluegill. Some shad out there busting the spoon out there. Something about a Senko for years and years when I first started bass fishing, I would see like a circle or like a ring out there in the water where the fish was moving, and it was dang near every time. If you took a weightless Senko and throw it out there to that ring, in the middle of that ring, and let it fall real slow on slack line, a lot of times you hook into the bass. I just pretty much stick, two colors. I've got white Senkos, and I got a dark natural color Senko like a watermelon or a green pumpkin, sometimes black and blue. But something dark, something light, something natural. They have all kinds of colors when it comes to Senkos. I don't have any, but it's good to have like an off-the-wall color too, like a bubble gum or something, like a pink. Because really, it's a light pink, outside the water, but in the water, it kind of takes on a white color, a lighter coloration. So something dark, something light, something natural, something bright. You can have 4 colors, maybe like a black and blue, and then a watermelon or a green pumpkin, some shade of white or gray to match the shad. A bright color like a chartreuse or bright orange or something, you know, the water's a little stained, or trying to match, you know, crawfish or something, coloration, brown or something, you know. Or if it's a dark day, you know, like a darker color. I think my white Senkos usually have a gold flake on them. Caught 15 bass in the rain on a pink fluke in the pond. Oh, nice. I think, you know, a lot of people are throwing pink chatterbaits now too. But like I said, you know, like I've got some bubblegum colored Ned rig worms, Z-Man TRD worms. And so you put that thing in the water, it looks more white than it does pink because it's so light in color. I definitely got bit there. Now, I'm not sure how big these bass are, but they're definitely not getting it in their mouth. They're pecking at it though, that's for sure. Like I said, it could be a sunfish or something. They got decent sized mouths. See if you can't get one to bite right next to the dock. I don't want to touch this person's dock. Gotta be respectful. Say, don't get bit, you know, on the first fall, or especially the second or third fall. You know, bring it back in and throw it back out, you know. If there's a fish there, it's gonna bite it, or come after it anyway. Yeah. It's you wacky rig a Senko or throw. I mean, it's best thrown weightless. I feel like if you put any kind of weight on there, you might as well use a different brand of stickworm. Because you're just you're hindering the action if you put a weight on there. I think when I first started throwing Senkos, the most I put on there was like a little bitty split shot weight, but then I stopped using that real quick. Like I said, I mean, I don't know how they are anymore because they sold the company and they, you know, changed the packaging and lowered the price, which is nice, but I don't know if it has the same quality. Have to do a side-by-side comparison or something of my old school Senko and the newer Senkos to see how they fall. Fish on. Fish on. Fish off. Well, this worm's about done. I mean, this worm is barely holding on. Let's see if I can't rig it in a way that I can keep both pieces together. I don't know if this is even advised to even rig it like this, but let's see what it looks like. Try to save it best that we can. That was a little bitty bass. That's probably the same size of bass that's been biting this bait. I got another bait I want to, another worm I want to put on here, but I don't know if it'll sink or not. It's some of that elastomer plastic, so it's super buoyant. I don't know if it'll pull it under the water. What is up? I'm back again. What's up, Caleb? Thanks for coming in, bud. How's your day going? I brought like 4 Senkos today, all in like the green pumpkin color. But I didn't bring my Wacky rig tool. Maybe I should have. That's really the only way you can keep a Senko together is using an O-ring, but it doesn't really face the right way, I don't know. Good. I'm pretty good. Can't complain. It's beautiful weather. Fishing. I probably need to buy some more Senkos. I haven't bought Senkos in probably, I think the last Senkos I bought were like January, was it January of 21? I don't know. I think I was in Florida. I was trying to match the golden shiners down there with the Senko. I don't remember. It's been 3 or 4 years. I just got 1 bass. Hey, what's up, Denny? Thanks for coming in. Just 1 bass. It was pretty fat though. I don't know if it was full of eggs or full of shad, but it was definitely a butterball compared to its size. It was either eating good or it was hanging out on the bed. Get a little closer to the bank. Rod of choice today. Well, right now I just got this is just a 6.5 foot medium action rod. So, and my other rod is I don't know if I'll use it there or not, but my bait cast rod is a 6'8" medium heavy action rod. No, I don't. This is probably about where I want to be at, around these rocks spawning. They're going to be right up on the bank or right off the drop, probably. Pretty much we're just going to ride this wind all the way down. Go from there. Sun goes away, it's kind of chilly out here. It'll pop back out here in a second. That was a good cast. I thought there'd be a bass right here by this dock. It's not gonna exist. Imagine I'll see some people out here there in the water being Saturday. Oh man, this would be a perfect one for an aquarium. This is not too much shy of a sardine. Look at that giant. You can barely fit in the screen. Look how big it is. All right, buddy. Thanks for biting. That was ginormous. I know you're jealous. What's up, Country Carpenter? I just caught one. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I just caught a little bitty one. That'd be number 3, I think. Number 2 or 3, I don't know. I can't count. Once I get up past 10, I gotta take my boots off to count my toes. How's your Saturday going, Country Carpenter? I keep saying you just want to throw the weightless Senko out there and let it fall on slack line. Let it do its thing. Shimmy and shake. Wiggle, wiggle. All the way down the water column. All down through. Okay, thanks. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming in and watching. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody coming in here and watching this feller fish from his kayak. I think that was a fish. Did not rip into it like I should have. So once this Senko's all ripped up, it's only held together by my hook. So if I lose this Senko, which is pretty inevitable, I'll try another different worm, see if it'll float below the surface. And if not, I'm gonna retie with a smaller hook on here. So I feel like the smaller the hook, I mean, you can get away with a small hook. You know, I mean, the smaller the hook, the less it's gonna tear up the Senko. It's going to tear up. There's no doubt about that. That's the price you pay for, for good action. Better posture. See, throw that weightless Senko in there, and if there's any bass in the vicinity, it's gonna come after it. Some people say throw it in there. If you don't get bit, reel it back in, throw it to another spot. But I like to pick it up 1 or 2 more times. that was a fish, darn it, I think. Take my sunnies off for a minute. I thought the sun was gonna pop back out, but maybe it's not. Some days I like to just, finesse fish, really work a bait through an area. Some days I like to just cast and wind, I'm definitely categorized as a power fisherman. Even if I'm finesse fishing, I'm power fishing. I'm in and out of a spot after 1 or 2 drops. So, I mean, of course, if the situation requires it, I'll let my bait soak and dead stick it in there, but especially if it's on a bed or something. But just came in. What did I miss? And did you any fish or did you get some? Did you any fish or did you get? I don't know what that means. I've caught 2 bass. I've caught both of them are small. One was real small. The first one was a decent size. I mean, like a pound or something. Had a big old belly on it. Oh man, don't get excited. That was a snag. Pretty far out too. I don't know what I snagged on. What's up, Predator Fishing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? I hope everyone is having a good day or a good night. It's a beautiful day here. About 65 degrees, sunny, light breeze. Just when I thought yesterday it was, the last couple days have been real nice days. Today is a beautiful day. I mean, just almost perfect weather-wise. Tomorrow's going to be just about the same, I believe. So, it's supposed to be like 85 Monday, so we might have to bust out the shorts on Monday. Get some rays on my winter pale legs. Might have to shave the beard too. We'll see. I've been contemplating it. So. I've had this beard for over 13 months now. So, a full year. Wouldn't be surprised I caught a nice bluegill or sunfish on this bait today. I'm almost sure I've already had a couple bites. I am fishing for a largemouth bass. It's coming in, Parker. I think it's this Parker. Thanks for coming in. Hope your day's going okay. He's probably got bit right now with the wind blowing. Those are my favorite fish to catch. Me too. There he is. This is Up Zero's garden. He's coming in. How's your day going? On the Wacky rig today. Caught a couple bass. Pretty good, man. I pretty much just, oh, fair enough. You have a long night? It was last night. That was great. Yes, sir. Attaboy. Have a few suds. Yes, sir. Let's go. Today would be a perfect day for a couple cold ones. Pulled a 25-inch black drum out of my nearest bridge. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Congratulations. I think I might end up catching another drum today. We'll see. I caught 2 drum last time I was out here a couple of days ago. That's gonna be a snag probably. just feel like a 3-pounder is gonna hammer this today. Probably be a stinking drum. Hopefully the wind's not that bad, at least on this side today, so we can paddle. Don't have to keep using the motor. The motor. Yeah, man, thank you. I'm gonna put him on my community post. He's got to be the biggest fish I've ever caught. I was gonna ask that question. I was gonna ask if that was your biggest drum. I guess it's your biggest fish. What is my longest fish is probably that I caught a snakehead down in Florida, and it was like 33 inches, 34 inches. It was a little shy of 3 feet, I think. But, yeah, man, it was a big heartbreaker. My longest bass I ever caught was down there too. It was 24 inches, but it was but unfortunately it was emaciated or something. Like it had a big old melon on it, a big old head, and just a little bitty body. So like I said, atrophy or something. But otherwise that bass would have probably been, I don't know, 8-9 pounds. It had a good body on it. But right over a log. I think the other fish I've caught that was longer than that. I don't think so. I mean, I've hooked in a couple real big catfish, but maybe this summer I'll go down to the mighty Mississippi. See if I can't hook into a big old blue or something, into a big old blue whale. So they're out there. Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. How's it going, Daniel? Daniel-san. This Senko's holding on. I mean, just barely. It's a miracle it's lasted this long. It's torn. It's darn near torn in 2 pieces. It's just my hook's holding it together. Held together by bubble gum and a prayer. Just need a 5-pounder to thunk it. To thump on it. Is that too much to ask for? I guess I should probably go across here and get in the chill water and cast over into the current. That would be probably best. Let's do that. Definitely not above paddling, that's for sure. I may have a motor, but I still like to paddle. So, still want to feel like a kayaker. I paddled for well over a decade. Where I got this kayak. Try to cast up a little shadow before I get back out in the sun. I feel like there'll be one right there. Spin around here so I can face the right way. Alright, there we go. Now there's a bunch of moss right here making a big old mat. Maybe there's one just hover on the edge of it. Ready for something to float by. I feel like it would be. This just feels like a fish right here. Looks like they'd be stacked up right over here. Could be wrong though. I mean, the first time I was wrong, won't be the last. Yo, I'm a big fan. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming in. Man, there's got to be a fish sitting there. Maybe it's the one on the other side. Snagged City. The sun would come back out. This breeze would feel great, but it's kind of chilly without the sun. Sure thought there would be a bass up in this wind here, up in this current. get one here in a few minutes. I'll have to go through the pipe. I mean, really there should be one sitting right here in the slack water, waiting for something to float by. What's up, Ace High? Brother, the trick is to spin it. Spin on it. That sun to come back out. It's chilly, chilly willy. Might just have to go to the pipe and just try over here later. Cast up in the pipe. Might have been a fish. Do nothing, see what happens. What did I end up with this? Captain Devo from Senko. Oh, okay, Devo, I have to remember that. Devo. What ended up just six bass yesterday. Caught two so far today. One had a nice belly on it. I don't know if it was on the bed or if it was just feeding up on shad, but it had definitely a nice belly on it. A little butter ball anyway. Yeah, that was a small body of water. Yes, it was. Fish on. Fish on. Oh. The other half of the Senko finally let go. Now we're going to the pipe. So let's just use this teeny tiny piece of worm here, see what we can catch. But for right now, I gotta paddle through here, make sure my rods don't hit hit the side. My motor might drag the bottom. I really hope not, though. Okay, cool. Let's go. That's all I got left of my Senko. That's all I got left of my Senko worm. It's basically like a net. It's basically like a net worm now. Looks exactly like a net worm, a net bait. I bet that still catch something. I bet it's like a little Vienna sausage. I'll get back up there and cast up on that current. And I guess we'll work down this bank over here. When we're done over here, what kind of music do you listen to? Nice, I brought you good luck from San Diego. I appreciate that. I like all kinds of music. I like the old school classic country music, all the way up to all kinds of rock. I'm still pretty much an emo kid. It wasn't just a phase. All the way up to like really heavy metal. So snapping turtles where you live? Yeah, there's snapping turtles. Every once in a while I'll see one in the water. I'll just throw this little bitty Senko up here, see what happens. Just for some gigs. I probably scared most of the fish away coming through the pipe. Probably one hanging out over here in the slack water. That smells good, whatever that is. Almost looks like in the water. Almost has just enough wiggle to it to have some action to it. It's not about the size of the Senko, it's about how you work it. It's how it wiggles. Not about the size of the stick worm, it's about how it wiggles. Is that right? Alright, anyway. Snap. Oh, Gray, I didn't mean to pry too much. Oh, no worries. I know you're busy fishing. Are you using the smelly jelly? What does that say? Oh, the sauce. Yeah. I keep that thing on me. Yep. Like I said, there's a few companies that make stuff, you know, the chapstick kind of stuff, but I feel like it stays on my bait a heck of a lot longer than spray or anything else. But they do have, like, I think, is it G-Crack? It's a Japanese company that has like a powder substance that you can put in your bag and let it sit overnight or whatever. There's one guy who takes, I think it's shrimp, some type of like, I think it's like a shrimp scent or something, that he'll soak his baits in for like up to like 2 years or something crazy. Let's see something real quick. I want to see if this will, if this will sink. Nope, it will not sink. Can I get it below the surface? It's too buoyant. It won't sink below the surface. Fair enough. Oh, grab more Senkos than that. I thought I'd grab more Senkos. Oh, that's right. I said I was going to retie, didn't I? Put on a smaller hook. sorry about that. Had to retie I decided to just put a little bitty it's a little bitty hook on there. That way it doesn't tear through this. Darn it! It tears through the Senko as easily. Go. Honestly, this Senko's pretty heavy. It's good to brought some smaller Senkos. Hopefully the sun pops back out. Okay. I see the sunset. I guess the sun's gonna pop back out. Oh man. How long have you been out? Looks like just shy of 2 hours. Like an hour and 45 minutes. Let's turn around. What lake? You won't know what it. It's just a small local lake. There's no name to it. You wouldn't know what it is if I told you. Sit now. Shirt back on. It's getting chilly out here. Look at the sun going away. Am I the only one who thinks that? Well, what's funny is I haven't thrown a Wacky rig in years, but people on here kept asking me to use one, so I decided to put it on today. If you go back to all my lives, I've never used a Wacky rig until today. I mean, I've used it in the past, but not on my live or whatever. It's been years since I threw a Wacky rig. People seem to like it. I don't use it too often. Shirt back on. hate being chilly. I'd rather be sweating in the chilled. Hey, what's up, Tim? Thanks for coming in. What's funny is all the people that were telling me to throw a wacky rig, or asking me to throw a wacky rig, probably won't be on here today. Like every time I'm on my live stream, somebody's saying, throw a wacky rig, throw a wacky rig. I'm throwing on today just to see what happens, just to appease people. But most of the time I just do whatever I think I should do. You guys can make suggestions if you want to. I'll take them all into consideration for sure. So, I've been fishing these lakes for years, so I have a pretty good idea what to throw out here. So, I appreciate all the suggestions, all the shared knowledge for sure. I know a lot, but I don't know everything, so I'm always open to learn something new. Put my battery pack on here in a second. Might as well do it now while I'm thinking of it. The other day I forgot to put my battery pack on, my phone died. And I had to restart my phone and get back on the live. I don't know what that was. It was like some dog toy stuffing on there. Okay. Sure it is. Contact. Let's go. We're gonna work all down these rocks. See what happens and go down the other way. Back down that little cove over there. Almost like a canal. You have a few extra bucks, you can go online. We've been having a lot of luck on. Okay. Alright. Yeah, robo worms are good for a drop shot. I do like some robo worms for drop shot, but I like anything with the elastomer type of. That way it's durable and it floats. But I think the elastomer does kind of take away from some of the action I hear. Like G-Crack has a couple baits that, that are well known now, and that they have elastomer versions that I hear are don't have the same kind of action, but I have to maybe buy both and test them out or look at them under the water. I need to make another big order of lures. You go through my. What's that? A few bass. Yep. The stuff on here has a consistency of like dog toy stuffing. that was a bite. Oh, don't know how big it was, but it didn't get a hold of it well enough. Seems like out here they're real small. They're real nice. There's no real like in between, like, you know, pound and a half, 2.5 pounders. They're either like under a pound or over 3. Somewhere along this bank there's an umbrella I caught last time I was out here. Caught an umbrella off the bottom, and it had like a spinnerbait attached to it still. One more cast, we'll head down the bank a little farther. A little bit farther. It smells like some of these restaurants are cooking away out here. It's making me hungry. Had to pick up a pizza or something after I'm done fishing today. Old Domino's has that half off deal going on right now. Pick up a Domino's pizza or something later. What's everyone's favorite toppings on a pizza? Sardines? Hey, what's up, Landon? How's your day going, buddy? She's jumped out there. There's so much trash out here. It's ridiculous. I don't know what's right here. Looks like there's clothes right here and some kind of charging cable, a phone case, a broken rod, a backpack, some Welch's orange drink. Good, I loved your stream yesterday. Thank you, I'm glad you did. I'm glad to see you back in here. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed today's stream as well. Be on her probably just as long as I was yesterday, if not a touch longer. catching. Yeah, I caught 3 bass. One was decently fat. I don't know if it was spawning or if it was just feeding up on shad, but it looked like it swallowed a baseball. Don't overlook the fried and true rooster tail. Oh yeah. I love throwing the inline spinner for trout. You go on my channel, go back and watch my trout, what's that called? My trout playlist. Pretty much all I use is the rooster tail or inline spinner. That's a good bait to throw to catch multiple species on. You can catch crappie, bluegill, bass. You can catch multiple species on a rooster tail or inline spinner. Gotta love it. Last question. Where is the closest trout fishing? So the city of St. Louis will bring up rainbow trout in November, and they'll stock them in all the city parks. All the surrounding parks will get rainbow trout. I want to say it's at least 6, maybe 8 different parks that get them. One park gets them at 4 of their lakes out there, but they bring them up. Besides that, the closest place I can think of is the Merrimack River, way up by the springs. There's rainbow trout up there. They try stocking brown trout. I just read a couple of days ago that a lot of the brown trout that they stocked didn't make it or something, so on and off. A little bitty bass, so I know there's there's at least a few nice spring-fed rivers in Missouri that have trout in them. I think Montauk is one. That's a popular one, is Montauk. March 1st is when the trout season starts out in Missouri, but I think there's a couple places in Illinois that you can find them not too far from here that they stock them in, but most of them are going to be found in the Missouri rivers, the smaller spring-fed rivers, because it stays so cool. So whenever the water gets, like in November, I'll fish for trout and I'll fish for largemouth bass. All the way up to like the first part of December, I'll fish for both species. Last couple of years, I've been going down to Florida for the winter. But when I get back, usually in February, I'll trout fish for most of the month of February and into March. But they stock them in November. Some parks are catch and release only. Some are you can catch 4 a day and keep them, and they'll restock those lakes at sometime every month. But once February gets here, they'll stock it one more time, and they'll stop stocking it. Otherwise the trout will die off once the water gets warm enough. It won't be able to survive in the ponds. Gotta take a break, bro. Keep up the good work. Yeah, all right. Thanks for coming in, ASI. Hope to see you back in here later on today. If I don't, I'll see you in the next one. And hope you have a good day. Thanks for the questions. Not sure how much of this side of the lake will get done today, because usually I just motor straight through the pipe and fish back here or over here on this side. wind was blowing different today, so we just rode the wind down and fished a little bit. It's really all I use the motor for. It's just to fight the wind. I think this is good to have if there's like an emergency and I can't paddle or something, then I can at least turn the motor on and get back. Or if I need to get back quick, fast, in a hurry, I can turn the motor on and get back faster. I definitely don't mind paddling. That's what kayak fishing is all about. Or kayaking anyway. Oh, snake. I haven't seen any snakes, I don't know why. I thought at least I see a couple snakes fishing. Sunbathing. Oh, thanks, ASI, that's awesome. I appreciate that. That looks great. Just ran over something in the water. I think it was a piece of concrete or something. That's one thing about this kayak. One of the best tips that someone ever told me for this model is, because there's 3 spots for your motor to lock in. There's one up here underneath my leg, and I was always told don't lock that one in case you hit something. Then it'll give away. The motor will pop up and not just break off or whatever may happen. That's just for this model though. So. If I get closer, I'm gonna grab this volleyball. This volleyball's been sitting here for days. I might just take it. Nobody wants it apparently. It's a real nice volleyball. I'll get it next time. I don't need a volleyball. It's a really nice ESPN black and white volleyball. Size 5. I don't know if that means anything or not. I was thinking I might catch a big one along these rocks, but I caught a 3-pounder over here a couple of weeks ago. Whenever my live went down, I kept fishing and I'm catching a 3-pounder. You guys have any big plans for the weekend? Any Saturday night plans? Maybe you're recovering from Friday night's activities. All I'm doing, I'm just picking up this Wacky rig and letting it fall back down slack line. Just slowly reeling up the line just to keep it, just enough Guess I gotta reel up and set the hook. What is this? It's not a fish. I think it's, oh, it's a stick. Should have known. Can't go one live without catching a tree or a branch. It's not possible. Gotta catch one of them tree bass every live. May not catch a fish sometimes, but I'll catch a tree or a tree branch. Can't catch them out farther. Stuff in here. Got a little weed guard on here. It's actually a perfect weed guard. Alright. Couple paddles. Get us down the water here. There's one, fish on. He's running towards me. There he goes. Oh, you throw my Senko out? Oh, I hate that. Oh man, I don't like when they throw my Senko out like that. And it broke my my weed guard off. What the world? Put on a smaller hook to keep the my Senko worm from falling off, and it fell off anyway. Dang. Nice little butterball. Ain't that something? Thumbs up. Thanks, Darren. I could probably cut this in half. Man, here we go. Oh, you gotta be kidding me right now. Let's go. Look at this guy. A little sunny. Got him on the micro wacky rigged. Look at this giant. Let's go. Pretty sunfish. All right. Just put that little bitty, what's left of that first Senko I had on today. Just put that on here. What's funny is I wouldn't be surprised if I caught a big bass on this. It's just, like I said, it just had just enough on here just to kind of wiggle these two ends. Pan fry, yes sir. Just enough action on this little bitty bait here. That's what's crazy. Sometimes you'll catch, you know, a bunch of fish off of one Senko, and other times, you know, you'll lose your Senko. After one fish, you'll fall off the hook, fly out, or sometimes, unfortunately, your Senko will just fly off on your cast. I wonder what this is. Oh, no surprise, it's a tree, or a tree branch. No surprise. Reel it down to pop it off. So you can't, I'm curious if I can't catch a big one on this little bitty bait. And we'll go back to the regular size Senko. Almost no wind out here today. I think what we're going to do is we're going to, like I said, we're going to float down this bank all the way back. Maybe go down the backside, come back up, and see where we're at. We're definitely going to fish down this side over here, but that's going to be determined by the time, I guess. We're going for over 2 hours now. So. What's going on? Good afternoon. Shout out from Denver. What we fishing for? Yes, sir. We're fishing for bass. Thanks for coming in, Leo. Living with Leo. Appreciate you coming in here. We just caught a little sunfish. Caught 3 or 4 bass so far. Nothing too big. One was pretty fat though. So, like I said, it's either full of shad or full of eggs. Not sure which one. It was that time of the year. Oops, got that right on the tree there. Oh, yes, I got a bit. Okay, that was a bite. Hope you have had better luck than I did. Skunked. I was out here all day. What were we trying to fish for, bass? What were you throwing? And what bait were you using? You said you're out there in Denver? Oh, trout, walleye, crappie. Okay, okay. And no luck, huh? You'd have thought trout would be hitting, but I don't know what kind of weather conditions you got out there. I'm not gonna assume. Turn around. And I was addicted to the hokey pokey. I turned myself around. $7 degrees right now. Was 50 when I got out there. Okay. Yeah, it's about 65 here. The sun poked out today, so I imagine the weather's about similar. It's supposed to be about the same, I think, tomorrow. Then Monday's supposed to be pretty warm, like 85 degrees Monday, and sunny. So I mean, they can't really. I mean, it's kind of hard from the forecast too far out, but next weekend they're saying back in the 50s for a high. I thought we were done with that for this year. I guess not. We'll probably bump up to the 60s or something, probably by the time next weekend rolls around. Ain't that crazy? I had a bigger, thicker hook in my Senko earlier, and I caught multiple bass on it. I put on a smaller hook and it tore right through. Sometimes you can't win for losing. We got a Texas rig. No, I'm throwing a Wacky rig. I haven't thrown a Wacky rig in a long time, but people kept asking me to throw one, so why not? Just got a 5-inch Senko on here. Well, now it's like a Ned looking worm on here. Ain't much left of it, but look at that crankbait. That's cool looking. Let me grab that. Looks like it needs some new hooks on it, but this looks like a real nice crankbait. Sitting on this log over here. You can't back up to it. Looks like looks like at least a medium diver. It's like a Lower Jensen brand. Lower Jensen, I guess they still make baits. There we go. Got a bad looking crankbait. Put that in the tackle warehouse down here with all the rest of the baits. One day I'm going to show off all the baits I got off logs and stuff. So many of them. Well, I don't feel too bad. It was only landing a trout. I had one jump off before I got to the boat. Oh, 12 boats and 3 kayaks. Dang. Well, there you go. Sounds like some tough fishing. It's out body of water, pretty pressured. Can't tell the wind change directions. This bait's gonna get bit a lot by smaller fish. It's just so, just like it's basically like a wacky rig, like a wacky Ned rig. I don't know if that really is the proper term or not. It's like a Vienna sausage on here. Watch me catch like a 5-pounder on there or something. I had a nice brush guard in here, that came off. It's a little bitty, what's left on my first Senko. I'm just curious to see if I can catch a big one on it. Hate to waste any more Senkos on small fish. Said, well, good luck, man. Stay blessed. Later. All right, man. Take it easy. I'll see you in the next one, hopefully. Good luck if you go fishing again. Stay safe out there. A lot of crazies on the water. Fish on. Fish on. Running back towards the kayak. How big is that? I don't even know. Alright, not bad, not bad. Come here. Come here. Oh, you're a fatty 2x4, aren't you? The old micro Senko. Doing work. Let's go. This is a butterball, if I ever seen one. Look at that belly on that little guy. Look at that belly on this butterball. Kind of get the right angle here. You can see the belly on it. Anyway, he's eating good or spawning up. And just might as well just use a little bitty Senko worm. Just gonna, like I said before, man. I've caught small bass on big baits, and I caught big bass on small baits. I think the biggest thing is just matching the hatch, size, color. I think sometimes they just think it's an easy meal, you know, maybe. What's up, Carper? Oh, thanks. Might as well put a little sauce on this Vienna sausage. Dab it up a little bit. Get a little scent on there. We're about due for a 3-4 pounder, so stay tuned, it may happen. A lot of crud right here. All the tree seeds coming out of the, and you guys call them whirlybirds or helicopters or whatever. Those things that come swirling out of the trees in the spring. Makes me want to cut this Senko down to sections. You could probably cut this Senko in half and rig it up. There's 2 different worms. So how it goes though when he's over Senko. Sometimes you catch one fish and it flies off, and another one you can't, it stays on the, like this. Oh, it was a fish. Excuse me. What was a fish? These are probably smaller fish though, so really should give it an extra split second to set the hook on it. This ain't much of a worm though, so I mean they should be eating it up. Must have been a sunfish or something. Pounding on it. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. Working this worm right across the top of the water. It's like a canopy right here. Something trying to grab it. Probably won't come back though. I tried. I gotta catch one right here on this gas. It's like a little pocket right here. Might hold something. Must have been a little sunfish. See if we'll come back for it. I was surprised that he didn't come back for it. Put back in there. Oh, I think I caught the biggest bass of my life. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this feller. I can't get up, so heavy. Let's go. This could be my thumbnail, right? Let's see. I gotta support it. It's so heavy, I make sure I don't wrench his jaw. Let's go. Look how big that is. Oh man. We'll take him. It'd be perfect for an aquarium. Sure brought my ultralight rod today, but I was gonna be catching all these smaller fish. I can't lose this Senko if I tried. Like I was saying before, man. I put that brand new Senko on, caught that one bass, and it threw my worm off the hook. And I got this little bitty piece of Senko left from earlier, and I can't lose it if I tried. How it goes. I think these are the 5-inch Senkos. I'm gonna have to start. I may start buying the 4-inch Senkos. I don't know why. I just feel like I'm gonna catch like a 3, 4, 5 pounder on this little bitty piece of Senko. This little Vienna sausage looking thing. It might be smaller than a Ned rig worm. We're not catching monsters, folks, but we're catching them. A little sunny do. All right. Nice little pretty sunny. That pretty blue on a gill plate. See you later, buddy. Thanks for biting. Let's keep catching them. I really do believe that I'm going to catch a real nice bass on this little bitty worm. I know I'm catching small fish. At least I'm catching something, right? If I can just lose this piece of worm, I'll put it on the bigger Senko, but the full size Senko. Or after losing that last Senko on one fish, can't. It's just like a little bitty piece of Senko on here. If they were smaller, I wouldn't use it. I know the sunfish, they like to sit around all around these rocks. And they got decent sized mouths. I'll give you guys an idea. Just the size of the Senko. Just, it's all tore up and I can't get this piece of Senko to fall off or anything. Yep, that's true. At least I'm catching something. I really do think I can catch at least a 3-pounder on this little bitty Senko worm. Nothing really surprises me. Species-wise or size-wise or whatever. Especially if I were to throw it out there and twitch it along these rocks, liable to get something to grab a hold of it. See if they're working real slow, working real fast. Carpet jumped out there. Get up around this little tree here. Drag a little loose in case I do hook into a big one. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if I caught another hard pulling drum. I haven't caught a drum in a couple of years, and I caught 2 out here last time, a couple of days ago. Looks like another sunfish. Come on, don't give up. Fight. Yep, another sunny. Another beautiful sunfish. Gamer at this feller. Here, buddy. Another one. Hope you guys aren't tired of me catching small fish, because it's probably gonna keep happening. Until I put that bigger Senko on. I'm just really curious to see if I can't catch a big one on a relatively big one. This little bitty piece of Senko. I think if not before, I think next weekend, if the weather protection holds and it's going to be back down the 50s for a high, I may put the Wacky rig back on. Because really a weightless Senko it's a really good bait for like a cold front type of condition situation. Or to have lockjaw or something because of the post-frontal condition. There's got to be one up under this log here. Going up around the bend. That was a good cast, I think. Okay, so I'm wacky rigging a Senko worm, a stick worm. So this is what it starts off looking like, right? You know, you put the hook right in the middle, and it, you know, as it falls, you know, the two sides kind of undulate and shimmy and shake on the way down, right? The only problem with Senko worms is they tear up super easily, and they could fly off your hook at any time. So this is what it starts out as, and this is what I got left of my first Senko worm. So we're throwing that around. You know, I can't seem to lose it for whatever reason, which is, I guess, a good thing. But then I put on a brand new Senko worm. I hook into one bass, and it throws my worm off the hook, and I lose it. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And the temperature is starting to drop out here. I'm glad I brought my long sleeve shirt. I was almost sweating when I got in the water before. Now the temperature's starting to drop. It's like 180 minutes is 3 hours. How much? I think we'll go in and fish down this bank, and then I thought that was a fish. Push off this log here. I know I'm definitely gonna fish on that side back down for sure, but besides that, I'm not quite sure. So just gonna fish down the rest of this bank, fish over there down that bank, but besides that, I'm not really sure where I want to fish at out here. there's pretty much just enough area out here on this side of the water to fish for 4 hours or so. But we just fished down the other side of the water before we got to the pipe. So I took up some of my time. And it's starting to get a little chilly out here too. What is this? What is this? Just when I thought, what's up, buddy? Just when I thought I couldn't catch a smaller fish. Just when I thought I couldn't catch a smaller bass, I catch this giant, this monstrosity. Look at that monstrosity. Just an absolute beast. Thanks for coming in. See you in a couple of, see you in about 5 years. It would be about a 5-pounder, huh? Son of a gun. We're catching them though. We're having a good time. See, okay, it's turned into not see how big of a bass we can catch. How small of a bass can we get to bite? That thing was a sardine. I know I joke sometimes about the size of the bass, but that was a sardine. Anyway, thanks for coming in and watching me catch these little dinks on this little Vienna sausage Senko. Actually, I may go ahead and go across the lake now, because otherwise it's going to push me right into the trees. But I guess we can still go down this bank. Just avoid the trees. Because there's a lot of brush on this side of the water, so maybe there's a big bass hanging up in the brush somewhere. I'll go ahead and lunch on my Senko worm. My little bit of Vienna. Looks like a little rooster tail right there on the tree, or a meps. It's all rusted out though. I don't want that. Oops. Flip that out there. Oh, that kind of felt like a bite. Hang on. That one's coming out in the north. No wonder it's chilly. See, the sun sets in the west. That's the west over there, I guess. So that's east. Let's go ahead. What the world was that? Alrighty. Just gotta get fish in here. There's all kinds of gunk in there. Got a little canopy. This is where the motor comes into play. I can turn the motor on low and just keep myself going up the bank. I guess I could put some silver sand on here. I'm on through there now. Oh, I haven't got snagged all day. Let's not change that now. Okay, let's get snagged. I guess we're all snagged. Darn it. Okay. That happens sometime, I guess. I should be able to just break this branch. Probably my other rod hasn't hit the trees yet. Okay. Oh, carnations. There we go. Okay. Let's see if we can't pick up one in this mess before we get out of the trees here. Look at this. Bring this rod down. Oh shoot, that was a bad cast. That one got away from me. That one got away from me. Ooh, I think I just lost my Senko finally. Sorry about that. Hey, what's up? Ethan Jack gave me. He's coming in. Just a 3-hour mark. We'll probably fish for another hour at least. Like I said, we'll fish to the very back here. Go ahead, head over there and fish down that side and see where we end up for the day. I think it's almost 6 o'clock. I'm not quite sure. I can't see the other part of the time on my phone, but I think it's almost 6. So bring us up to 7:30 today. Usually I like to try to get out the water by 7:30 as of late. It's usually about the time it gets dark, or it gets dark enough to need to get off the water. So right here we're just going to flip this Wacky Senko up inside this brush here. If you don't get bit, well, this ain't a fish, this is a snag. Man, I was really hoping. Let's pop this off. That was a fish, folks. I don't know how big, but it was a fish. Probably the same size we've been catching. If a nice bass grabs a hold of it, it's gonna eat the whole darn Senko. 3, 4, 5 pounder. These vine looking things must run in the water fairly far. I'll probably losing some kind of connectivity right here. I think I usually do. Got that rod was I guess we'll go back. I don't really go back in here. So. I didn't put any scent on this lure yet. I probably should have. Here, come on. Shoot. It came right out. Wasn't snagged up at all. So you can't catch one back here in this corner before we head across the water. Uh-oh. I think something's going down at the store over there. You got 3 cops. Well, blocked off the parking lot. Interesting. You honking at me? I don't know you. He'll just fish on this point and then go down and head back probably. I think it's like a little after 6, quarter after 6. So by the time we get down to, it'll be at least probably 7 o'clock, and then we can probably push at 4 hours for the live stream today. I'm getting hungry, so we'll keep at it for sure. So stay tuned. Thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. I mean that. I'll tell you what, let's go in here a little ways. So there's some rocks in here I want to fish. I caught a nice bass last time I was over here. Not that I'll catch one now, but I caught one last time I was over here. See how far in those rocks are. I think they're just right here. I caught 2 or 3 bass right here on this bank right here last time I was here a couple days ago. Caught one. Was it about 3 pounds? I think so. Right over here along these concrete slabs. I love concrete slabs, chunk rock, boulders, you name it. I smell carp. Stinks. I can smell their scaly butts. Alright. Let's go ahead and start start making a cast here in a few seconds. Yeah, tomorrow or Monday I may go to a different lake. Maybe tomorrow I'll go to a different lake. Not too far away from here. Just a little change of scenery. I haven't been there in a long time. It's really not a good lake, but maybe that's what everybody thinks, and it's actually a better lake than I think. Well, one way to find out. It went down farther, I guess. Do you use an anchor? No, I don't use an anchor at all. Nope. If anything, I just turn my motor on low, and that keeps me in place. So, not too often I find myself needing to use an anchor. I didn't. The model kayak that I have, the step up from that one has an autopilot on it. So you could press a button on the remote that comes with it, and the motor will just automatically keep you in place, which is nice. I guess I could always, make an anchor or get an anchor, I guess, but if I had the extra money, I'd probably buy a power pole and put it, because there's a spot that's already laid out in the back for with all the bolts and everything, to put a micro power pole on here. Yeah, Old Town. Yeah, this is an Old Town Sportsman 106, powered by Minn Kota. But it comes in 4 different models. This one, it comes with a motor. You probably can see it, that drops in right here. You can take the motor out too, and you can, there's a piece in the back that will cover that hole up if you just want to paddle. That's the base model, where you just paddle around. Then you got a pedal drive where you have a pedal system right here that you move your feet and it propels you forward. And like I said, the one above mine is autopilot. And this one comes in, I think 10 foot and I think comes in a 12 foot, but the autopilot comes in a 12 foot and a 13.5 foot model. And they make what they call big water models that are for bigger, for bigger people, taller, maybe a little bit more heavier set people. I believe it's 33 inches wide, I think. 33, 32, but it's super stable, which I can demonstrate that if you want. So I can stand up in it, no problem. I can make a cast, Make a cast, reel it back in. It's uber stable. I can rock back and forth in it. I'm not gonna fall out of it unless I try, so. Or unless unless there's a real bad wave or something, but there's also a lot of scupper holes in here, so any water does get over, it drains right back out. So, with the scupper holes. Oh heck, yeah, nice. So, like I said, I measured it, well, I tell you what, how long is my measuring board? 30 inches? Yeah, so here to here it's 30 inches. So yeah, I would say it's 32 inches wide. I got a measuring board. There's actually a spot molded out right here. They can put a 30-inch measuring board. It locks into place right here. I got that down in my well, down the side of my kayak. So I mean, it's, like I said, it's extremely stable. I don't stand up too often in here, but sometimes I do it. Also, it helps you get snagged up in the tree or something. You gotta stand up to get it up out of the tree, your lure or something. A couple other uses for it too, but we won't talk about that. Check the time real quick. I think it's 6:22. Yep, okay. Looks like, okay. We've been going for almost 3.5 hours, so I think we'll hit the 4-hour mark today for sure, and then go from there. I definitely want to fish, down this side. Seems to be pretty productive a lot of the time, so. Oh, that's why I'm not moving. My kill switch ain't in. This only two comes with a kill switch. So if the motor's on, I fall out of it. I gotta attach to my life jacket, so if I fall out, it'll stop the motor dead. Which is nice. I mean, unless it's super windy or I'm on a river and it still gets away from me, but I haven't fallen out of it yet, so. I knew by this summer when it gets super hot outside, I need to take everything out and try to flip it over so I can practice getting it flipped back over and getting back into it without any real issue. And then probably double check my life jackets, tight enough. I keep it somewhat loose for comfortability, but I should probably also double check and make sure that it's gonna keep me up above the water. Oops. Fish on. Fish on. Oh, that man, boy, that was luckier than I don't know what. My Senko worm was up the line, so it was still attached to my line, thankfully. But then when the fish jumped, a Senko worm came off my line, and thankfully it landed in my kayak. Otherwise, I would have been up. Otherwise, I would have lost my Senko worm. But so that was lucky. Oh, sometimes it's better to be lucky, or better to be lucky than good. This guy has, I think this is cool. His lateral line goes all the way down onto his tail. You see that right there? His lateral line goes all the way down the tail. That's cool. He might have a little bit of a bend in his tail too. I think his tail's short. Ain't that something? All right, buddy. See you in the next one. All right, let's go ahead. So I just half my worm in half and stick this hook in here. All right, let's stick it just a little bit higher than what the rip is. Okay. Senko worms, they're great baits, but They're like a 10 out of 10 for action. They're like a 1 out of 10 for durability. So. But if it's like a post frontal condition or a cold front, you know, you can't beat a Senko, a weightless Senko worm. I would advise to never ever use a Senko worm with a weight. I mean, unless you try and get it down deeper or fast or something, but maybe other situations. But like, the whole point of having a Senko worm is so that it can shimmy and shake on the fall. Otherwise, you could throw any other type of stick bait if you're going to put a weight on it, like a yum dinger or something. I was actually about to give up on that spot. I threw it back up in there right next to the rock. I wonder if I should throw it back in there. It's also this time of year, if you catch a small bass, you throw it back in the same spot, you might have just caught the buck off the bed. The male bass. Might be a big female sitting there. I'll never make that cast. Just keep going down. Never fails us. Back in my seat, there's a new message. Hello, hello. Hello, Raphael. Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? Makes me think of the Three Stooges. Hello, hello, hello. Honestly, this water's so murky though. I don't know why I didn't throw a Wacky. Ooh. Oh, dude, that was a nice fish. At least it felt like a nice one. Set the hook all wrong, I guess. Nice of Columbus. Those two fish right there, man. I don't know if they'll come back. Interesting. Fish on. Fish on. I lost my Senko worm. Oh, this guy's fighting pretty good. Oh yeah, come here, girl. That's a nice bass. That thing, you throw my Senko worm, you son of a gun. Ooh, that's a fatty. That's got to be a spawner. That's a fatty 2x4. Oh my gosh, this fish looks like it swallowed a baseball. Knights of Columbus. This is awesome. Look how fat this bass is. This has got to be a spawner. Look at that belly. That's awesome. Look at that. That was worth coming out today for sure. Look at that bass. That could definitely be a spawner. That was right out on the bank. That's awesome. Check out that belly. Let's go. Get a couple for the thumbnail. Yep, that's got to be a spawner. Looks like she swallowed a baseball. Nice. All right, let's get her back in the water. There we go. Hey, buddy, my buddy fished a tournament on Lake Winnebago. Only 14 pounds of big bass, 6 1/4. Those scales, I'll tell you what, man, they like to not work right. That's a toad. Whoa, Raphael. Well, I thought I was gonna get my Senko back, and that didn't happen. So I've got one more Senko I brought with me today, so hopefully that takes me up to the end of the day. Yeah, well, I think this is a light color green pumpkin I got, but I think it's just a light batch I gotten one year. These Senkos, but dang. Winnebago. They're up there in Wisconsin, Lake Winnebago. Well, that definitely made today work. I was caught like 4 or 5 sunfish and like 4 or 5 small bass. I mean, I caught some miniature bass. I was gonna make that little. I mean, a bass like this big, I was gonna make that my thumbnail, but I think that a spawner, man, that had to have been a spawner. Ain't like that though, but the water felt warm when I had my hand in the water. It's got to be spawning right all around here. If I didn't know any better. Yeah, because that water's, oh man, that water is warm. Yeah, definitely warm. I would say the spawn is on. That water, heck, that water almost feels like it's in the 70s. I don't know necessarily. I know it's not cool. It's definitely got a warm feel to it. Maybe tomorrow I'll come out here, and I wish the water was a little bit more clear, but it is in Wisconsin. Cinnamon and brown, my favorite color. Is that what this color is? I want to say it's just like a light batch of green pumpkin, because I only buy watermelon black flake and green pumpkin, and then like a white and gold flake Senko. I need to buy some chartreuse tail Senkos. The color is special. It's almost like a custom color. Matter of fact, I got in the same box as my green pumpkin. I think it bled on each other, or I think the light one bled on my darker green pumpkin color. Almost gives a little orange, like a crawfish looking coloration to it. You guys know that Gary Yamamoto sold the company to somebody to a company in Texas, I think. learned that a while back that the Senkos were sold to another company, or I guess Gary Yamamoto baits was sold off. So I don't know if that's why the packaging's different, and that's why they're cheaper, I guess, now. I don't know if the action's changed or not, but they sold the company. And that wasn't a monster, but that was exciting. That was fun. I almost want to go back down this bank again. I'll come back out here. I thought about going somewhere else tomorrow. I think I'm gonna come back out here tomorrow. I'm gonna fish all back in this cove over here. See if I can't drum up just a bunch of spawners. Action is key. Where are you from, brother? I am from Illinois. Illinois, Missouri area, essentially, so. I wish I'd have come back here earlier today. Not farted around over there on the rocks. But that's okay. We'll come back out here tomorrow, and it's gonna be equally as nice tomorrow, I think. So we'll see. Had to bring some more Senkos out tomorrow, I guess. Only brought like 4 of them with me today, which probably was a mistake. I kind of want to get like I don't know, like a bucket or something, and buy the new cheaper package of Senkos and see if they look any different, falling than the old schools. I call them old school Senkos. I've had my Senkos for years and years. Kind of rarely ever use them. Kind of like a rainy day type of thing. Not literally, just figuratively. But the fishing is hard, like a post front or something, or a cold front. There's only one way to work a Senko, and that's weightless on slack line, whether it be Texas rig weightless or on a Wacky rig. If I could just catch a spawning 8-pounder, I'd be happy, right? Is asking too much? Catch me a 8-pounder off the bed. You tried wrappers? I don't know what wrappers are. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Rapala? Or maybe trying to say a rattle trap? I don't know. Okay, Rapala. Okay, that was a good guess. Yeah, every once in a while I'll use a Rapala. Not very often though. Actually found a nice Rapala red crawdad colored bait about this time last year. I guess I was on the river and I went down this little this real beautiful side little pocket area, I guess a creek area, and I found one hung up in a tree. Someone threw across the canal and across the cove, whatever, and lost it on a tree. So, I mean, they make good products. I don't ever use them. Matter of fact, they're under the same umbrella as Crush City plastic baits and Suffix line and VMC hooks. They're all under the same umbrella. They're all owned by the same company. just like Johnson Outdoors owns Old Town, Minn-Kota, and Humminbird. And Pure Fishing owns Abu Garcia and Berkeley, and I think something else. Anyway. Hey Greg, it's coming in. Hope your Saturday's going well. Any action? Yeah, I've caught like 3 or 4 sunfish, a couple real tiny bass. Well, I guess I caught 5 or 6 bass altogether. I mean, one bass was literally a sardine. So, and I just caught one, I think off the bed, back behind me. I caught one. It looked like it swallowed a baseball. It was so fat. So, I think that was a spawner. Like I said, the water is surprisingly warm. Actually, let's see if it's any cooler. Oh, it still feels warm, so. Looks like they sold, okay. Talking about Yamamoto? Yeah, I mean, they claim that nothing has changed, but I mean, I'm glad the price dropped almost in half, I think, for a pack of Senkos, but I don't know if the action's any different. So I'm kind of thinking about buying a new pack of Senkos if I can remember, and same size and color as what I already have in my tackle box. And then just doing a side-by-side comparison, you know, just kind of let them free fall in the bucket. Or some kind of clear container maybe. And just see if they shimmy and shake the same way as each other. How's your day going, Greg? You got any plans in the loo? Not the bathroom, St. Louis. I'm from the loop, and I'm proud. I run a mile for the cause. I'm righteous and above the law. I play my styles raw. That's all I know. I clean house throwing a 4-inch cinnamon black flake and drop shot. Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm gonna drop down to a 4-inch Senko. Myself, I think. I mean, the 5-inch Senko I have is good if I want to throw it on a bait caster, because it's nice and heavy for throwing on a bait caster. But if I'm throwing on a spinning rod, I kind of want to have a little bit of a lighter entry into the water. So I think I'm gonna shift over to 4-inch Senko. Right. Then again, if you can, if you get the same amount in a pack of Senkos, 4 or 5-inch, I might as well just buy the 5-inch, I guess, and cut it down. I guess. You know, if you buy the 6-inch Senko or 7-inch Senko, whatever it is, you only get 5 in a pack. I remember that from when I first started bass fishing. But the 5-inchers, you get 10 in a pack. I'm not sure about 4. But going good. No plans today. Nice jams. Oh yeah. I saw recently, maybe last year, that the old Nellie's Mansion is all abandoned. Yeah. I think tomorrow I'm just gonna I was gonna go to a different lake tomorrow, but I think tomorrow I'm gonna come back out here, I guess, and just fish all the way back in here, because I mean, it seems like they're on the bed over here. But, I mean, that could be the whole place, though. Let's bring some more Senkos. Maybe I'll bring my Wacky rig tool too. Put an O-ring on them. I don't know. I feel like it does make it last a little bit longer, but it does cut into the worm too, so I don't know. Or I might go back to the Helgramite. Ooh, that felt like a fish. Let's get back up in there. I seen that also. Yes, sir. Just like the old ice cream man rolling around. You have fish finder? Nope, no fish finder. I think some people think I do because my phone's mounted up here on the front, but I don't know. I mean, like, I've thought about having a fish finder on here, but I'd probably rip off the transducer though. There's a spot underneath my kayak that they have specifically made for a transducer, but I know live scope you can mount it up here, I guess, and have it hanging off the side. But before I got this one, I had a used one just like this, and the guy sold it with a fish finder, and I ripped the transducer off because I was dragging it over some rocks like a ding-ding. I forgot about it. I ripped the transducer off. So that was fun. I'm not always the sharpest tool in the shed or the brightest crayon in the box. Or the sharpest pencil in the backpack. I think I have a June bug color Senko. I think maybe I'll bring that tomorrow. That may look a little bit more like a bluegill trying to rob the nest. If I have a darker colored stickworm on tomorrow. So I gotta remember to take a look at where those are at. I finally can walk far enough to my fishing hole, probably going to get some minnows and fish in the morning. Outstanding. Is that a secret honey hole you know about? And you're right, you're right, Darren, they're not cheap. That's for sure. I got other things I need to buy before I buy a fish finder. I guess I was trying to fish in a tournament or something. I guess other guys with a fish finder, maybe I'd be better off. But that's just more stuff I gotta put on my kayak every trip and everything else. And worry about messing up if I flip over. guess kayaks are kind of like pickup trucks anymore. They got a little bit too fancy for what they're really used for, you know? I treat my kayak like I treat my truck, man. It's made to be used. I don't baby. I try to keep my kayak in good condition, but I don't baby it too much. It's a kayak. It's built to be used. It's a private lake a family member lives on in Montgomery City. Okay. Fair enough. Good luck to you. Hope you catch a hog. It's that time of the year. You might hook into your PB. Are you going to target bass or are you going to just catch whatever bites? Yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock. We're definitely going to have to motor back so we get down to the end of this here. No doubt. Definitely remember to find those Senko worms when I get home. Of course, the wind dies when I'm trying to float back. That's okay. I'm just so. Yours are there. Let's go. Okay. Keep on trucking. Pitch this way. I think my buddy's down there fishing on the bank. Either just got here or he's leaving, I can't tell. Oh my, how did I manage to do that? Oh my. There's like a little crack between these two rocks. I managed to fling it right in there. I couldn't do that again if he paid me $1 million. He offered me $1 million to do it again. I couldn't do it again if. Let's go up in there and see if I can't stick my rod in there, try to pop it out. I don't know how the heck it's in there. Let's go. Right down this bank here, I want to catch one. Mostly crappie. Always have 2-3 catfish bowls while I'm fishing. Trying to break my 13 pounds. Well, I hope you get it. Hope to hear back from you tomorrow or Monday with hopefully more than a fish story. Put the hammer down, put the throttle down when I get through that pipe. I thought that was a fish. Yeah, free watching things. Yeah, I can go back in there. It's hard to tell. What was this hung up on? It's almost like a fish grabbed a hold of it. And, oh, there goes my Senko worm. I don't have any more Senkos. We'll throw a chatterbait. I guess I'll find all my other Senko worms I don't ever really use anymore. And bring them all out tomorrow. See if I can't drum up something with this. We'll just put the motor on low and work our way out. Oops. Yeah, I'm heading back anyway. definitely tomorrow I'm going to bring a lot more Senkos tomorrow. We're going to come back down this side and all the way back in that little pocket of cove back there. Oop, that was a fish. Let's go. I think, was that a gar? Hang on a second. Was that a gar? I think that was a gar. Slippy. We'll just throw Senko through here, haul through here tomorrow. I'll bring some extra hooks and bring a bunch of Senkos with me tomorrow. Tomorrow comes with the pipe. We'll work up this whole side that we didn't get to work all that well, and then we'll go back in there where we caught the spawner, and then go from there. But yeah, the water feels really warm. So I don't doubt my mind now that they're on the beds. I don't expect to catch those on this chatterbait. And before I was thinking that they were in pre-spawn and spawn. Now I think they're spawn and post-spawn. And I think there's some on the beds and some off the beds. So, but then again, it might be a trifecta. At least last week it may have been. I'm sure there's like a tiny narrow window where it's like pre-spawn, spawn, and post-spawn all in the same water. I think it's usually pre-spawn, then pre-spawn, spawn, then spawn, post-spawn, then post-spawn, summer activities. I'm excited for tomorrow. Come out here and try to catch some more spawners. I really don't think there's not too many bass right now that want to chase down the bait. I don't think. I think they got one thing on their mind. As one bites it right out the kayak. It's almost like a crappie. It's either a pale bass or a crappie. out of there. Oh gosh, I came flying back. I wish I had a dark colored chatterbait to throw up on the rough, looking like a bluegill. So I'm gonna try to find my darker colored Senkos, kind of mimic a bluegill or something up on the, trying to route the bed. Find those when I get home. Oh, excuse me. All right, anyway, what I was saying, hey, let me not run into this big tree in the water, fall out of my kayak. What I was saying was, you can go back and rewatch my live if you want. I forget how far in it was, like maybe, what time is it now? It might have been like 200, probably right at the 4-hour mark, somewhere in there, I think. I pulled the bass off out of the rocks. It looked like it swallowed a baseball. And the water, put my hand in the water, it's really warm now. I mean, the water might be in the 70s. It feels really warm. So, I mean, it's definitely, so they gotta be spawning. There's no doubt in my mind now they're spawning. Because I caught that bass, and it looked like it swallowed a baseball. I mean, just a big old belly on it, for its size. So, I think I pulled it off the bed. So, the spawn is on, I think, officially. I never want to assume, but based on how that bass's belly looked and just how warm the water is, I mean, I think it's above 60s. I think it's in the 70s probably, the water temperature. High 60s at least, I would imagine. So anyway, or don't have to go back and watch it. Don't want to. I'm probably gonna find it and make it my thumbnail probably, so you can just look at the thumbnail for the video and take a look at the belly on it. But anyway, just about ready to hop off here. Just got back to the bank that I put in on, or put in at. So go ahead and do my spiel, I guess. I appreciate everybody coming in here today. You stayed in here all day, the whole live. I really appreciate that. But I appreciate everybody coming in and tuning in today, and I really appreciate all the likes, all the questions, all the well wishes, all the new subscribers, all the returning subscribers and viewers, and I just really appreciate it all. And I hope everyone has a good day and a good night, no matter where you're at in the world. And I'll be back on here tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Again, around 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. I'm gonna grab some more Senkos tonight, some more Wacky hooks, and we're gonna beat the bank and try to catch some more spawners tomorrow, I think. So that's the game plan for tomorrow. It's gonna be relatively cooler again tomorrow. So, but like I said, I'll be back on tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Thanks for coming in, and I'll see you later. Oh. No worries, man. That's not a problem. I'm just glad you came in here today at all. Oh. All right, guys. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming in again.